All right, let's get this road on a show. We have a game to make. We are making a roguelike for Game Like Jam number 7. We're making a roguelike. 22 days to go. Earlier today, I actually clicked this button. I'm not logged in right now, so it doesn't show up. But this 137 is a number I'm now a part of. Woo! We've gotten some progress. And I've got a little critter here going to be watching me as I stream. Hopefully she doesn't try and tackle me. I took the liberty of grabbing a few resources before starting, and you can see that there's a lot of unchanged commits. Maybe I shouldn't have my art folder in my Git. I think I was supposed to do something to exclude that folder. It does not make a lot of sense to check in art. Or maybe it does. It's not the end of the world. So we'll check that in. But first, I grabbed a font folder. I did grab a font folder, but I actually grabbed the font file as well. From here. Nope, here. This one. Copy URL. It's Kenny Fonts. It's Ken Pixel Mini. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to use this font. And then I also grabbed a UI, this one, interface. It says sci-fi user interface. I don't know if I agree with that. This is what it looks like. I grabbed this one. It doesn't look like this, actually. It looks like, let me see if I can pop up the assets. It looks like this. We're going to be using that to build a UI because me drawing it is not going to work. But me taking existing assets and moving around a little, I can do that. So I've done that. I have made an O2 bar. I've made a small text box. And I've made stat bars for health and energy. So what I'd like to do, we're going to replace the fonts, all of them. I don't know if there's a way to globally replace fonts. I don't believe there is. We're going to have to do it one by one. I'm going to replace this and this with a stat bar. And then I'm going to replace this with an O2 bar. And then we're going to rock and roll. We're going to move on. We last time implemented an inventory handler, and I ran out of spoons mid making this, so I didn't actually make weapon handling yet. So we're going to do that. Where's my inventory handler? There it is. We're going to add that to our big honkin' handler. It's already, oh, actually, it's not 100 lines of code yet, but it's close. It's getting there. And then we're going to go on a spree, add a bunch of message strings. We've got this sick label handler, and we've got a lot of actions that are not showing up in our thing. Like, I have the flashlight. There's no message for when I equip the flashlight. There's no message for when I turn on the flashlight. There's no message for when I drop the flashlight, which I can't do right now. Oh, you know what? I never set up setting two tools, so this won't work. But what if I try anyway? What happens? Okay, so it actually overwrites the first tool. Well, that's wrong. Good to know. That's a bug. Let's write that down. Picking up or equipping a second tool overwrites the first. Oops. I don't know why that would happen, because I thought we were pretty good in terms of equip tool, check parent. We're appending it. So if weapon slots dot size is greater than non-weapon slots, so the size should be 1 at that point. Oh, this is weapons, but it's the same sandwich. if the tool slots.size is less than the num of tool slots, which that should be. Oh wait, do I have this backwards? Oh, I have this backwards. All right, hold on. Hold, please. Let's go ahead and activate that. No, let's go ahead and equip that tool. Oh, we can't. Invalid assignment of property key visible with value of type bool. A base object nil. Well, that's damn peculiar. I think I know how to reproduce that. If I grab the flashlight and then I leave the level and then I equip it, that happens. Why would that be? When I add to belt, oh, this was correct actually, because this is the I have to drop it because my inventory is too full. So I think what's happening is I'm trying to equip the tool, and because my logic is bad, it's actually getting put right back in the belt. But oh, I see. So it is getting equipped, but then I'm taking nothing out of my equipment and I'm trying to put it to the belt because I have to make room for the flashlight. So that makes sense in a dumb way. Okay, but why can't I? Wait, why did that work? I have two flashlights now. They're both working. I don't know, that bug happened and that's got me worried. Don't tell me I fixed it. Okay, let's leave the level. Go here. I don't know. Let's activate that. Let's activate that. We need to write logic for when we unequip equipment, we need to deactivate it. Wait, didn't I? Where's my third flashlight? Something's broken. Okay, activate, and then we equip this, and now it's gone. We equipped it, but it's gone. It's probably, I don't know where it is. It's not in that inventory slot, or is it? Because if I press 1, drop 1, drop 2, drop 3. Okay, so that item disappeared. We need to figure out when we try and equip. We're grabbing the flashlight in the front and then removing it and then putting it on the tool. But what is this tool slots that append? Oh, okay, that's that. Add to belt. Could it be that it's not getting dropped because this is not evaluating properly? Let's go ahead and just verify that. Print. Huh? Okay. Cool. And it just occurred to me that this is not the function that I need to be checking. I need to be checking this one. Tool. 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 Okay. Equip. Num tool slots. Wait a minute. Oh, I see the problem. Okay, so it's going in tool slot 3, but tool slot 3 doesn't exist on our UI and we can't get it. So this needs to be greater than or equal to, because 2, okay, so when it's empty, it's 0. I'm going to blame that on off by 1 and then move on. This should get us our flashlight back. This should be the solution. Just an off by 1 error. They happen all the time in computers. Okay, we activate both flashlights and then we equip that flashlight, and that should result in a bug because we didn't deactivate one of the flashlights, and then we drop it. It's still active. So it didn't get to reset our thing. Unequip tool. If tool dot active tool dot active equals false. Wow. I don't know where that string came from. Tools dot on deactivate. Or maybe we shouldn't be calling, maybe we should make that active function, that active inaccessible, make it private. I think that might be better. I think there's a syntax for declaring getters and setters for variables. I don't know how to do it, but I'm ready to learn. Godot setting getter and setter. Okay. Static var det get return negative balance properties. Okay, Sometimes you want a class member variable to do more than just hold data and actually perform some validation or computation whenever its value changes. Amazing. That's exactly what I want. Yeah. I was worried about, like, I'm tired of having to change the active and then also call onActivate or onActDeactivate. So what if get, is that the language? I think we have to do this. Return active. Set. Bool. No, I need to name this. Nope. Input bool. If input if not active and input. If we are not active and we are setting it to be active, self.onActivate active equals true. Else if active and not input, we are active and we want to turn ourselves off, self.onDeactivate active equals false. Okay, that should be it, right? Why is this not? Got it. Expected. Okay, so we can't add a type to that. Got it. Maybe that's implied because this is a setter. This is a setter for a bool. Okay, so now we don't have to call onActivate and onDeactivate anymore. We just have to say active.set. Right? How do we call these? When a variable is initialized, the value of the initializer will be written directly to the variable, including if onReady annotation is applied. Using the variable's name to set it inside its own setter or to set it to get it inside its own getter will directly access the underlying member. Okay. Is there no, I don't have to do anything to set? It's just like automatically handled? How do I call a getter or a setter? Set and get methods are always called, even when accessed inside the same class. This makes the behavior consistent. If you need direct access value to the value, use another variable for direct access and make the property code use that name. What does that even mean? Okay, but in any case, we should never have to call on... We should never have to do this ever again. I'm just going to comment it out for now. And then I actually want to test this. Put this in, activate. Oh no. Stack Overflow, check for infinite recursion in your script. Oh, we don't need this anymore. Hey. We get to simplify our code because of magic. I'm being set. Yay. Okay, that works. So we don't have to change most of our code. We just have to never call that function. I know a way to make sure we never call that function. Tool. We'll add one of these puppies. There we go. Now you're private. We should never call this. Self.active equals false. So I do want to understand this. Godot, how do I getting direct access to a variable with a getter or setter and setter or setter? Referencing the variable name as usual. Can only override virtual members. What does this mean? Normally I wouldn't care. Normally I'd be ecstatic that you literally you can never do it. You can never ever access that variable by itself. You have to go through a getter or a setter. But this has me so curious. Use another variable for direct access and make the property code use that name. The property code so I would make another variable and then make that getter directly access. Is that what it's saying? I'd have to use another getter. That's what I assume is a property code. Getters and setters. Can I specify type hints for inline setters and getters? Yeah, that's fair. Setter's argument is the same type and the getter's return value must match it. Yeah, no, that's fair. When a variable is initialized, the value of the initialize will be written directly to the variable, including if onReady annotation is applied. Okay, using the variable's name to set it inside its own setter or get it will not. This applies to alternative syntax. Oh, I think I know what this is saying now that I've read it 10 times. If there's a variable that I need direct access to, like this seconds, use another variable and then directly access that instead. So this cannot be directly accessed anymore, except through initialization, it seems like. Whatever. Anyway, I'm happy. This is good. This is good. This makes my code simpler and more robust. So I would like to use more getters and setters. I would just like that to be, yeah. Yeah, I'm happy. Are we using onActivate anywhere? Let's hunt that down. Using in the inventory handler. Oh, but we commented that out because we don't need it. Get out of here. Theoretically, if we try and activate something that's already not active, nothing should happen. Let's test that up. I'm going to go into the tool, because the way we have this set up, print if we're not active and we're not input, Print. Nothing happens. I don't know why I'm checking this. I can just assume that. It's a pretty safe assumption. Okay, now we need to push this out of my tools. Oh, I don't have enough oxygen. I need to increase my oxygen. You know, I had a plan. I'm going to stick to it. I'm going to stop getting distracted in just a moment. I promise. Oh, right. Hold on. First, activate, activate. Okay, and then we... Why did it push that one out? Why is this still active? It should have deactivated that one. It's pushing the wrong flashlight out. Okay, let me deactivate that and that. It should automatically deactivate once we unequip this. So I'm a little crushed that didn't work. We're gonna fix that bug right now because we're looking at it. Is front not the right function? Didn't I write a function unequip tool and then I'm not using it? Okay, that's probably the problem. I wrote a function to actually handle unequipping the tool, but I'm ignoring it. Unequip tool ret. Can we activate that flashlight? Can we activate that flashlight? No, let's leave that one inactive. Okay, that's correct. That's correct. That's actually the expected behavior because it pushes the top one out, pushes the second one up to the first slot, and then deactivates the first one. Yeah, so all three flashlights are inactive. Also, this isn't going away. Why isn't that going away? Update message box. Set message. Where's my take turn? Take turn. Okay. If the message time is 0, delete message. Which just erases it. Do we need to update the message box after we delete? It'd be nice to have a getter and setter, so I don't have to worry about that. Oh yeah, okay. Those go away. All right, we've equipped. Activate both flashlights. Let's deactivate the first one and then equip this one. Did I do that right? Why isn't it going in? Something's still wrong. I think this is just swapping the first flashlight. So, I mean, it's working. It would be more obvious if I was using different items instead of the same item over and over. I think that's working. It's not correct because it should be pushing the second tool up to the first slot. I don't know why that's not happening. Because I thought append adds to the end. To the end. Alias of pushback. Pop front. I don't know. We'll come back to that. We need to add more inventory management functionality. First, let's do something for me, for my motivation. Let's take this font. I'm tired of looking at it. Added a bunch of art assets. Fixed some bugs with the inventory handler. More to come. Made the flashlight use getters and setters for active. So now we never have to call on deactivate and on cool. Let's make the font not suck anymore. Theme override font from a font file. Is this a font file? That looks like it worked. Is this a font file? New theme. What on earth is all this? We got a label, we got a button, flat button, option button, text edit. The default font, let's set that, huh? No, I can't set a default font and then that applies to everything. Not this way, anyway. Lame. I don't want to have to go through each and every one of these. But I will. All right. That looks a little better. Where's the inventory? Show me that. We got to set that font. All right. Get out of here. How's that look? A little bit more like a game. It looks a little bit more like a game. So I like it. Bring up the inventory. Hey, yeah. Let's keep the momentum. We've got to take the bars and I would like to separate these out by elements. Canvas group. What is a canvas group? Do I do something like this? And then I can just move all of them by moving the canvas group. Does that break anything if I do that? Yeah, it does. UI, HP, UI, HP, but that should fix it. And nothing else should be referring to that stuff. What? Right? No, this is, oh. Yeah, okay, everything's fine. And I can, this is purely for organizational purposes, so I can do that. Because I'm gonna add one more thing here, but before I do, I've got graphics that I want to add for this, and I do want to do that. So the progress bar is the same. It's going to be a gradient for now. But we got an under and an over art asset. Stat bar under. Stat bar over. Let's just zoom in to see what mess we're working with. Oh, we got to make those bigger. 100 by 2. And then we need to offset it. There, okay, offset. We don't need to offset in the X direction, we need to offset in the Y direction. There we go. I think that needs to be wider. We make it 4 pixels wide. No, 6 pixels. Okay, 3, 2. Is that sure. And then we can scale this whole thing. We cannot scale this whole thing. Can we scale this whole thing? I would like it to be twice as big. First of all, does this even work? Why did adjusting this also adjust that? That's strange. I want this to be bigger, a lot bigger. This scale is right. I want the final product make Godot, make texture progress bigger. I'll set that up properly someday. Aspect ratio container, and added the progress bar as a child of that, and then set nin patch rect to true. So if I scale this up, where did it go? Oh. So here's the thing. I like that, but I don't like how offset these are. So I'm going to move you guys. I'm going to reset the... There's a way for me to set the layout. Oh, we can set a tooltip? That's cool. Mouse, input, theme. There's a way for me to set the position of this object. It's in one of these. Position. It's in layout. Okay. Just reset that. We'll reset that, but then we'll offset it just a little. And then we'll take this whole thing. We'll take this whole thing. Put it here and then scale it up. That's too big. Twice as big. That's probably fine. How's that? Well, the bar's the right size. The text is too big. Maybe we can just adjust the font size. Oh, I could have adjusted the scale on just this. Damn it. It was under layout. Whatever. Whatever. Let's just undo all of this. It's easier for me to... I mean, I did the work, but it's easier for me to adjust the scale of this. And then we can just move this whole UI element together. How is that? Wait. No. Do I have to save something? Yeah, I had to save something. Okay, because I like this font size, and this bar size is good, so. Okay. Let's do the same treatment for energy, and then we'll have a separate thing for oxygen. Oh, wait a minute. I made another piece of art for the text. That's why I did this. I don't know what node to add. Canvas layer. Is it a sprite? I guess. Okay, I made this way too small. Let's make it twice as long and then put it in. But just to get an idea for what it'll look like. We'll have the hit points in this little gizmo. But I'm gonna make it twice as long. Can I do that real quick? No, I'll do it another time. Okay, but we will go through this for add child node, canvas group, UI, energy. I would like all of this to be in the label handler, not here in the main, but we'll come back to that. Go back to here. We will reset the positions. And here. And then we will take this whole group, put it here for now. Oh, I see. Because it's the text and the okay. That's fine. Text energy. We need to add our fancy graphics. This is not a tint. Stop. Remove. Step bar under, step bar over. Progress. It already fits. Well, how about that? Oh, because it copied the gradient. It copied our previous gradient. Okay. Scale 2. And then let's try and align these. What we can do is actually take this. What we can do is we can take this UI element. Oh my God. Line it up. It's probably a better way to do this. Position, move this please. Right there. Okay, cool. Now we have hit points. Now we have energy. Maybe those bars are not the final place for where that goes, but it's better than looking at basic text. All right. Oh, I did not do that. Put it back. Just put it over here. It's fine. can be off by a pixel. We need to do the oxygen bar now. Add child node, canvas group, UI oxygen. This one's going to be a little different because the oxygen bar I have is vertical. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work. Did I drag the wrong thing? I did, didn't I? Yeah, I meant this one. There it is. There it is. Okay. And then the progress bar needs to be tall. 12. Nope, it needs to be bigger than that. 24. Nope, that's too big. 16. I should have written down what the actual... There we go. And then I think the height is 200. Yeah. 199. No, maybe it is 200. Oh, no, I need to offset. Offset 1. Offset 2. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Put these in this. Nope. Let's put them in. Go to the script. UI oxygen. Okay. Position. Reset that. Okay. Scale this up, please. Thank you. Okay. Close. Oh, no. I think the gradient looks wrong. Might need to make that gradient a little bigger. 18? Yeah, there we go. That looks right. That looks more right than it did before. Okay, now we have oxygen. And the bar is not going down because the min value and the max value should probably be dynamic. What? Why did that happen? That's definitely not what I meant to happen. Okay. Oh, it's going that way. Why is it clicking down like that? That's so cursed. I thought it would go down from the top to the bottom. Fill from XX0 to, okay, so this actually should be 1, 0. There we go. But problem, why is it not fitting anymore? What? That's so weird. Why is it moving around like that? The X should not move. Okay, hold on. Where's my value? Make this value go up. I thought this would be so cool. And I mean, it will be once I get it tamed. Okay. Oh, that's why. Duh. Okay, not like that. Other way. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. There we go. Okay. It was as simple as setting it the other way around. I feel like the gradient should be reversed. I think that looks pretty cool. Let's just start that at 100. Start this at 50. 50? It's at 10. Okay, fine. The max value should be like 1,000. Oh, has this always been backwards? Sure. These things I don't care about. This I don't know. I don't know why it makes me feel good. It makes me feel good that that's how that is. Activate. There should definitely be a message for when we turn on the flashlight, but whatever. Now we're out of oxygen and now we lose health. Cool. Be cool if there was like a little warning, low oxygen doodad that we could just slap onto here whenever oxygen gets to like 20% or lower. Hey, I'm gonna write that down. Low oxygen warning doodad. Okay. This is all that I'm gonna. I'm not ruining. Middle mouse click is not ruining the game, right? Like I'm just scrolling. Okay, yeah, it looks like the game still exists. Let's implement hands for our weapons. Do the inventory handler. Okay, so we wrote an equip weapon, we wrote an equip tool, unequip weapon, unequip tool. I'm going to assume that we need to expand. So weapons don't activate and deactivate the same way that tools do. So there's no on active. Instead, we will have an active weapon. One of the weapons will be the active weapon. That's the one you use when you attack. And then we should have like a quick swap button, X, to where it just boop, switches to the other weapon. Simple enough. Var active weapon equals I mean, whatever. It's just going to be whatever weapon is in the weapon slot. So, when we equip a weapon, let me make the UI for our weapons. Weapon label. Oh, sorry. Label. And then we call it a weapon label. We can minimize these. Put them here. Weapons 3, 4. What did I put over here? If this is the, what did I move? What am I moving right now? What is this? I thought this was this. What is happening? What, this is the anchor. Okay. What is it anchoring? If it's not anchoring this, if I move that, it doesn't do anything. Amazing. What on earth is that? I thought that was the thing I was moving. Anyway, let's not get insane about a green thingy. Go ahead and add this. Not bad. We need to add the label handler, be able to handle the labels. So you are not the label handler. What? Update message box. Where's update inf box? Update toolbox. We also need to update the weapon box. Func. Update weapon box. Tool list array weapon. Do I have weapon? Is that a thing that I've defined yet? It is. Okay, good. I don't remember defining it, but I did it. Go ahead and put a colon there. Go ahead and correct the typo. Check this out. Var final message equals weapons. New line. We did it. I need to define this. Done. Oh, I need to call this function. I need to, right. Hold on. Loading, brain. All right, let's call that function. What are we going to call it? Where are we going to call it? We call it every time we do a thing. So every time we equip a weapon, every time we unequip a weapon, every time we switch weapons, which inventory handler, equip tool. Where are we calling that here? We're calling that there. So when we unequip the weapon, if this was the active weapon, let me go ahead and comment this out for now. To do. We don't have a weapon, so there's no way for me to test this yet. But if I run this, it doesn't crash. And, you know, in some way, that's good enough. Let's go ahead and activate our flashlight. No, let's equip our flashlight, and then let's activate it. Okay, so now I can see further. All right. No, let's handle the weapon management right now before we've written a weapon. If this was the active weapon, if there's another weapon, I probably should not do this like this. No, maybe it's fine. If there's another weapon, weapon slots dot size is greater than 0. Or if there's another weapon, make that the active weapon. If there's nothing else, this will return null, right? Make that the active weapon. Make nothing the active weapon. That's perfectly fine. It's possible to have no active weapon. We might need a function set active weapon. And we might need to do that so we can update the UI properly. So func active weapon equals weapon or equals wep. Okay, and then we just need to do update weapon here. Maybe we don't need that because here's the function for updating the weapon. So I don't know. Func swap active weapon. If weapon slots dot size is less than 2, do nothing. Else get our weapon. I'm trying to think. So there's two things in this array. we know what one of them is because it's the active weapon. We want it to grab the other one. What's the best way to do that? We could remove the weapon from the weapon list and then put it back in. No, that's messy. For wep in weapon slots, if wep is not equal active weapon, active weapon equals wep, break. Is that the most efficient way to do that? I don't think so, but to do update weapon here. I mean, it might just be this. This might just be the function, like. A weapon doesn't need to know that it's active. Func get active weapon, return active weapon. Okay. What else did we need? I'm not sure. If we're missing something, I'll come back to it. But I'm going to say that weapon management is there. We were mostly there already. I just ran out of spoons. That's why I didn't implement it last time. Add message strings for dropping items, activating items, and deactivating items. Okay. Fair. So, I think where we want that to happen is in the movement handler. Nope. We want that to happen in the main. Okay. Drop. So when we're in the drop mode, drop belt slot. Let's go to drop belt slot. And let's write here. We've got the label handler. What if we dot, there's a function in the label handler that we can call set message. Dropped the item dot string get inventory string. You got the flashlight. Invalid function. Oh, I didn't set a cannot convert argument 2 from string to int. Oh, I see the problem. I thought this would concatenate. That's only true in a print. Dot format. We'll make this a format string, eh? Okay. Let's drop that flashlight. Dropped the 0. That's not what I meant. Godot string format. Oh, that's being an array. Okay. A plus. Drop the node 2D flashlight : get inventory string. No, I want the result of that. I don't want the function. Drop the flashlight inactive. My oxygen is running out. It runs out so fast. Meanwhile, I might have 10,000 energy. Okay. Okay. So we added a string for dropping. Activating items and deactivating items? Why not? Is that handled here? How are we activating and deactivating items? Use tool slot. That is not the best. Can we refactor that? Activate tool slot. Give me some sanity. I'm going to be more aggressive refactoring lines of strings to be easier on my sanity. We're going to take this set message that we just did and we're going to put it down here too. We're going to say activated. But we're also, this function also deactivates. All right, I heard that this was actually a tool, not an item. Okay, that's not how you activate. Flashlight active, activated. Flashlight inactive, deactivated. Sick. Okay. By the way, can we set our energy to 1,000 instead of 10,000? Will the UI automatically update? It will. Okay. We did something smart. Go us. What if we drop this down to 100? And then we set this to 500. That does not automatically update, and this actually does not automatically update either. Damn. I would like for these to update themselves, so... I need to be able to adjust my hit point and max values. Hit point bar dot max value. Oxygen bar dot max value equals player dot max oxygen energy bar dot max value equals player dot max energy. Invalid assignment of property or key max val. Hey, you know what? You put that one on me. That one's on me. Okay, I saw that. The oxygen bar starting at the wrong point. Why? Is it because I'm not setting it in ready? Why are two of those being set correctly, but one of them is not? Because here on, okay, so this is the initial. These are not the initials. So why are these correct, but this is not? That's what I want to know. Script. Can we close all the docs? We have so many scripts. Let me see what is accessing the oxygen UI. Energy, hit points. Okay. Well, that is there, but it got update UI. But update UI is updating the player oxygen bar. I don't understand why, unless it's not max value, that needs to be adjusted. It's something else. Let me see the oxygen bar. What do I have here? Max value is 200. Value is 100. If I run this, If I do that, that's correct. What if I hit play? That's correct. Okay. 5. Why? I'm so confused. The value, okay, so the max value is being changed, but the value isn't. Is it because I had typoed it and the typo is lingering even now on the update UI? Did I? Oxygen text, oxygen bar value equals player oxygen. Could it just be a case of caching? Because it's cached, I don't know. Oh, no, this isn't a search. On ready, oxygen bar. Oxygen. Let's just find oxygen wherever we can. I want to know why this is like this. Why is this wrong? Why is that? Save. Why is this starting here? And then it fills up. That does not compute. Are we calling this function? Print. Are we calling this function? Yeah, we called it. Why is this wrong? Get with the program. This should be 500. It's 100. But the player oxygen is 500. This should be 500, 500. It's 500, 100. Is it because this is an int and this is a float? I feel like a bug. Didn't work. Why is the oxygen bar value that? Set value. Maybe I can try the set value. Maybe I should try set value. Why? What if I do it twice? Something is resetting the value. Something between this function call and this print line is resetting the value. Let's find out what it is. Zero, 100. What? Wait a minute. It's 0 before this? What does set value take in? Set value, no signal. What if I do that? So it starts at 0, which is, that makes sense, because that's, yeah. What if I just set it to 500? Nope. What if I set it to 5 million billion? Nope. Although I didn't. Yeah. What if I set it to 5? That works. That sets it to 5. Is it capped at 5? Does it not go above 100? 99. 0.99. Okay, so we can set it to 99. Can we set it to 101? No, we're capped at 100 for no reason. Feels like a bug. We can... Oh, it's probably because the max value is right here. Yeah. Okay, that was it. Because we should set the max value before we set the value. That's the problem. Let's just update that now. Note, you have to set the max before you set the bar, or else it won't update. It will actually block you. Not a bug. So this should just look correct. And this should look correct even if we set this to 100. Yes, there we go. All right, oxygen going down. We have a tiny energy bar now, so this actually... What happens when we run out of energy? We can actually test that. So the flashlight deactivates, but it does not update itself. Yeah. I think that's okay because I don't want this to be the way that we indicate that we're activated or not. So I would actually just... I'd rather do that. And actually, I'd rather invent string. We don't even need this. We can just comment that out and it still works, right? No, I guess we do need it. This could have been a getter, get inf string. You got the flashlight. Activate. We don't have any way of indicating that's activated right now. Now it's deactivated, and we have... Okay, so we can activate it with no power. It doesn't do anything until we move, but then it immediately deactivates because we have no power. I think that's fine. We should have a thing that says when it deactivates. I have deactivated. Flashlight, deactivate. Oh, whoops. Okay, so we have a message for when it activates. We don't have a message for when it deactivates from running out of power. We should add that right now. The way we're going to add that is, instead of saying item activated here, our inventory handler is what was printing out this activated, deactivated. So instead of the flashlight just turning itself off by setting its active to false, we should do get parent, which gets us the that gets us the inventory handler because we're in the inventory handler because we're an active tool. Get parent dot activate tool. What was the function called? Activate tool slot. Oh, we don't know which tool slot we are. Oh. Func activate tool. Tool. Deactivate tool. And then from the flashlight, we just type tool self. So now when we forgot to make this a function. Now when we run this, when we have our flashlight run out of power, it will deactivate itself. And it will tell us that that happened. Flashlight deactivated. Should we say why it deactivated? I think this is a game jam game. We can be a little sloppy. We can forgive ourselves if we just let that happen, and the player has to figure out why their flashlight deactivated. Would like to have deactivation explains why deactivation happened if the player didn't do it. Okay, all that theoretically works. I don't know if I'm missing any message strings at the moment. All right. So we have you pick up the flashlight. We have you equipped the flashlight. No, we don't. We don't have you equipped the flashlight, but I don't think we need that. I think the player can figure that out. Okay, but we do have you dropped the flashlight. Equip. Activate 1, activate 2. Do they both deactivate at the same time? Yeah. Okay, I'm satisfied. Let's just watch our oxygen bar deplete. I need that. I need some oxygen depletion. It fills me with determination. Maybe we should have a message for when you are choking. Something that I want to experiment with. I wrote it down here. Try autoloading a handler as a test. I'm tired of writing get parent, get parent, get parent, get parent, get parent to access the handlers. The handlers should all be singletons except for the inventory handler. That's connected to a player. Maybe we don't make that a autoload. But let's try making the label handler an autoload. How do I do that? Set path or press add to create a script. Label handler. Right on. Add is now a global variable. We should be able to just say label handler and access the label handler without having to do get parent. It's in the main, so this also shouldn't break anything. So our existing get parents still function, but if we go into our, what are they doing? Oh, oxygen. If we're suffocating, we go into the player. The player does not have the label handler by default. So label handler dot set message. Set is not the correct term for that. Set message. We just run into a wall till our oxygen runs out, and then we should start to see the message go, suffocating. And this is a test of global variables. No, it didn't work. Top label.text. So that doesn't work because when this is being called as a global, this doesn't exist. I mean, there is a fix. Make the UI global too. Honestly, this should be attached to the label handler. I think that'll break a lot of things if I do that. I wish that worked. How can I fix that without refactoring the universe? If I make main global, does that even work? If I make main global, then these can be absolute paths instead of relative paths, and then it doesn't matter. Can I do that? Why isn't this global already? It should be. It's the root node. Like, I should be able to just say main. Yeah, obviously that doesn't work. But what if we added it as a global? Cannot add autoload. Cannot collide with an existing global. What? Is this an existing global? Root class, which exists as the path of root. The specific engine root is indeed global and accessible from any script in the screen sheet. However, the root node of your main game scene, the topmost you select in the editor, is a child of the engine's global root and is not inherently global itself. Well, the AI says I need to make this global. Let me grab the source and make that global. Invalid name must not collide with an existing global script class name. What is existing in that namespace? Global Godot main. What is that? The main loop and the main scene. Godot, what should I name my main scene? Main, game, or world? I mean, I named it main. And avoid reserved names like game. Then why did you just suggest that? Why is this reserved? Rename. Okay. Let me call it game node. Game. Is game reserved? Let's actually test that theory. Oh wait, can I just name it whatever and I don't have to rename it here? Does that still... Oh, I just can't call it main here. Must not collide with an existing global script and class name. There's an existing global script class name to main? Var x equals main. And what is this? It's this. This is global. How is this global? But I can't access it. Why doesn't this work? Invalid access to property or key position on a base object of type null instance. What does that mean? Is this because of this? No. Is it because I declared it as a global? But it can't be a global because for some reason okay. This main cannot be a global because if I call level.redraw visibility before I've made a level, I think that just means I need to move the UI into the label handler. I need to move the entire UI into the label handler. Let's see what happens if I do that. I mean, it looks fine. Obviously things are about to break. Yeah, because the update UI function is like not present. No, what am I doing? Put this back. Moving that out is the right call, but I need my main to be global. Is it because I named the class? I don't need to do that. I'm not sure why I named it. I'm not instantiating this. This is the only main in the world. I don't want two mains. That's ridiculous. Main. Oh, that's why. Okay. So now we can have a main. But if we do this, the game crashes because invalid access to property or key position on a base object of type null instance. Okay, so is it because the player doesn't exist yet? That's the only thing in this line that we're calling Okay. Do I need to like player on ready? I'm already doing that. Oh no. Let me just Godot making the main function global, but the child nodes are null. When you mark a script as global using autoload, Godot adds it to the scene tree under the special root. Okay. Adding child nodes, a root node main from. Well, I was hoping. Global node is a sibling to your main scene's top level node, not its parent. So it doesn't automatically have access to your main scene's child nodes using relative paths like child name. Oh. So now that this is a global, this doesn't exist anymore. Can the label handler just be independent from the main? Can I do that? Does this? What do I need from the? What does a label handler need from main? What am I calling get parent? To get the player's inventory? I can't do that. Maybe this whole thing just isn't meant to be. It's just not going to work. We're not making that global anymore. Let's go to our flashlight. Now let's go to our player. And our player, instead of calling label handler, they're just going to call get parent dot label handler. Oh, I need to suffocate to test. Cool. So much for that. Auto-loading a handler as a test. If we have a handler that does not call get parent ever, we can do it. Also, a handler that doesn't have children. If we make the label handler global, it cannot access any of its children. According to the UI. How to fix it. Use the global script as a manager. Instead of global script accessing nodes in your main scene directly, make the global script a certain manager that other nodes can call on. So we have to design from the ground up a manager that does not have children. Access nodes after they're ready. If you absolutely need the global script to interact with specific scene nodes, insist the interaction happens after the main scene is loaded. Call deferred. Attach the main script to the main scene node. Auto-load a scene, not just a script. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Well, wait. Wait, I take it back. Is the problem that I was just trying to autoload the script? No, it was not. That was not the problem. Shader global groups. I don't know. That seems like a cool feature. I'm not going to get to learn how to use it to its fullest. I've read that putting an autoloader on your enums is a good idea so that you can access your enums. But the way that we've written this, it's already global. So the only advantage would be if I wanted to make a function in the enums, which I did want to do that. But I made it a static function. Static function effectively does the same thing. So I don't need to do it. Not gonna do it. So what was I gonna do next? Refactor the input mode. That is important. So I have written garbage right now, and I need it to be less garbage. I was tempted to write an input handler, func input, pass that directly to the input handler, move all of this code into the input handler. I don't think I need this function anymore. Yeah, we're not calling it anymore. We can get rid of it. What did I do? Added active. Added active weapon. Haven't tested. Until it's tested, it's not really added, but it's committed. So when we are in move mode, we have the ability to switch to drop mode. We have the ability to switch to inventory mode. We don't really highlight to the player which mode they're in, and I want to do that. So I want to add another label that says like drop which item when you hit D. That can just be a message, actually, now that I've said that out loud. If mode is set to drop, could this be a getter or setter? I don't know. I think to properly do this, I would need to go to my notepad and design out what I think should happen. And I'm not feeling that right now. So I'm just going to do something simple here. I'm going to label handler dot set message. Which item do you wish to drop? And we're going to set that to really short. It might be 1, but I'm going to set it to 2 for now. And then if we press P drop down here, same thing. Let's test it. Let's actually set it to 1. Or we might want to set it to 0, actually. Okay, setting it to 0 actually bugs it out. Go to the label handler. I don't like that the message disappears. I get the impulse of why I thought that, but I'm going to actually get rid of that. Drop. 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 Inventory. I was thinking though, so that's fine enough. I could say something like showing inventory for when you open up the inventory mode as well. We don't need this activate mode. We just don't need it. We can just take this, move it to the move mode. Get that out of here. We can just activate slots. Like I can just press 1. Oh, why did that say system message? Is that just the default message? Has that always been there? I've just not noticed. That should not be there. System message. Label handler. Update UI. Update message box. Let's go into our main on ready, update the message box. Yeah, that makes it go away. Okay. I equip this. And then, oh, we're still in inventory mode. Pressing a button should switch us out of inventory mode. I need to add P2 to P10 here. So we can drop things in any slot. I wish there was a non-tedious way of doing this. And I would like to, a stretch goal would be to allow dropping items through the mouse, but okay, and then we take these. Six, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10. All right, now we can drop any item in our belt. All right, let's equip a flashlight, and then we can activate it and deactivate it as well. Yeah, there's no reason we can't do this, so we did it. A doesn't do anything anymore. We've gone to take that button off. Okay. And let's just suffocate to end this. Cool. We don't need to activate mode. Make the input mode shifting more satisfying and obvious what is happening. Okay, I clearly had more faith in myself when I wrote that because I do not have any idea. I did like play Rogue, and I did read what people have written about like developing how you drop things and how you handle things, and there does not seem to be a lot of thought or a lot of care in terms of like game developer. Here's what you need to think about when you were doing this stuff. It's just, well, you press D to drop stuff. Obviously, that brings the drop menu up. And then you press, like, obviously. So this is either a really, really simple problem and I'm just being an idiot, or this is something that merits, like, somebody smart to think about this problem and then help the rest of us out. But anyway, like, that's whatever. That's fine. Proper complex combat. I did write that out for myself to do. I'm going to get started on that. I'm not going to finish it immediately. I'm going to take a break in like 30 minutes to rest my brain. And the hope is that if I do that, then I'll be able to stream for a few more hours. And if I don't rest my brain, well, then I'm just going to fall over. All right. I left myself a note. So everything has an attack and an evasion value. That is a number, e.g. 3. So we've got our entities. Let's call it evasion, not defense. Let's set it to 2 because that's the number of legs we have. Let's assume that every critter starts with 2, but it only has 1 attack. So we don't need this. Okay, we go to our combat thing. During an attack, the attacker rolls a numpter of d8 attack dice equal to their attack. So every entity needs to have dice. Func attack die. And this should return an int. And we're going to set an enum for what attack dice can be. Okay. You call the function, you pass in I think all we care about, we can leave the rolling and we can leave the shape of the die to the function itself. All we care about is calling this and getting a result. So Randy range from 0 to 7. var result equals Randy range from 0 to 7. Match res 0, 1. Is there like, can I do this? Godot match. How does the match pattern? Oh, I have to use commas. Okay. So 0 return enums dot attack dot miss. Miss, enhance, attack, or hit, crit. call this bonus. No, we'll call this it's called focus in X-Wing Assault. Focused. But that's not quite what I want to get in mind. I want to get in mind like if this attack is enhanced, then this is a hit. Otherwise it's a miss. Conditional, maybe. Conditional. Conditional. This is a miss unless it's a hit. So maybe that's not something that the die needs to communicate. Let's just leave that there for now. We'll come back. We got our entity. If we rolled a 0 or a 1, if we rolled a 2 or 3, if false, to do conditional here. Return enums dot attack dot hit, else turn enums attack dot miss. 4, 5, or 6. Turn enums dot attack dot hit. 7. Turn enums dot crit. And then this should never happen. Okay, that's our attack dice. That's the default one. All entities come with that. Func evasion dice. Evasion die. Var res equals Randy, range 0 through 7. Match res 0, 1, 2. Return enums dot evasion dot miss. Four, 5. Oh, I forgot 3. Okay, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Return -1. This should never happen. All right, so every entity has a default. We also need to have a crit effect that we can draw upon eyeball. Okay, what if we call that an eyeball? Enum eyeball. That's probably really confusing to anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, but we have to specify crit effects. So we can have a really honkin' huge enum. Enum crit. Direct hit, basic crit, attacker special, defender special. Yeah, I don't know. Every attacker. Maybe we don't need an enum here yet. So my thinking is, okay, the combat handler, it gets some crits. It's going to look to the attacker first to see, how do I resolve a crit? And the attacker is going to have critical effects. Func critical effects. And it's up to the attacker to return an int with the effect. No, that can't be. Maybe we have to create an object, a critical object. And then the object contains the data that we need. So, oh boy, we get to create a new object, a new piece of script. Is this a utility? No. I guess it's a base script, crit. Oh no, I made it capital. Rename. We got this object, extends ref counted. It's not a node. It's a piece of data. It's going to contain I did not think about this hard enough. It's going to contain like an effect. How will we best represent that? So, okay, I need some examples. So, basic example, we've got a crit. Its effect is var effect. This needs to be an enum. Do we need a crit? If we're just handling everything through an enum, then what is the point of the crit? Maybe we don't need this function and we just handle everything via enum. Okay, we need to specify double damage. That's the first crit. Let's go back to the combat handler. Save this. No, sorry, let's go back to the entity. This returns an int. Return enums.crit.double damage. All right, that's the default. We're gonna make this really big and really stupid, but the combat handler is gonna handle it all because it's magic. There might be, if we return -1, then that's saying we don't resolve a crit. So the combat handler knows that it needs to go first from the attacker, look at what their critical effect is, then look at the defender for their critical effect, and then if it'll fall back to double damage if neither of those. But we should be able to do that. So ways we can create instant content. Okay, no. Okay, combat handler. So okay, so this function gets called when an attacker attacks a defender. So we don't need this var RNG anymore. We don't need any of this code anymore. We're gonna scrap it and do something new. Okay, so for I in range attacker dot attack for our dice results. No. Let's do var potential damage. Potent equals 0. Get attacker dot attack dies. If results equal enums dot attack dot hit potential damage plus equals 1. If results equals enums dot attack dot crit, we need to resolve that. Resolve crit. Func resolve crit. Pass. We're not doing that yet. For I in range defender dot evasion. Var results equals defender dot evasion die. If the results equals enums dot defender evade potential damage minus equals 1. Oh, we don't resolve the crit yet. We need to store the crit. If potential damage is greater than 0, potential damage minus equals 1. Else potential crit minus equals 1. Okay. Lastly, we need to resolve the crits. For I in range, potential crit. If potential crit is greater than 0, okay, and then at the end, how are we dealing damage before? It was get parent, defender.deal damage. Get parent, this big nonsense. Oh, it was the whole thing. Okay. If potential damage is greater than 0 or potential crit is greater than 0. Get this whole nonsense. At a very minimum, crits are always a damage. So we don't need this. Elif potential damage is less than or equal to 0 and potential crit is less than or equal to 0. Then we say the miss. All right, and then that should be like at a basic level. All of the secret sauce is this resolve crit function, but at a basic level, combat should still work. Oh, well, we're missing a lot more because I set evasion to 2. And our attack is 1. Let's just jack that up a little. Our player attack should be a lot higher. var attack. We should just stomp on. Oop. The member attack already exists. Oh, I shouldn't say var. I should just specify it, and I can't set it here. I need to set it in init. Boom. Hit for 3 damage, 8 damage. Maybe, we've got crits that we're not resolving. Yeah, all right. Let's put some debugs to see what the actual results are. Print rolled a hit. Print rolled a crit. Print rolled a evade. So we should roll. Okay, they rolled a hit on us, but we evaded it. Cool. So we roll a lot of dice, and they rolled an evade. They rolled 2 evades, but they still took 5 damage. Okay. I feel like this is really lucky. Oh, we're not showing off the misses. Okay. If results equals enums dot attack dot miss, print rolled a miss. They rolled a crit and we didn't evade it, so we took 1 damage. Punch for 6 damage. We're hitting a lot more than we're missing. That seems unlikely. Oh, there it is. Okay. I feel like that's fine. This is fine. Let's go ahead and comment these out for now. Let's get that crit resolved. Trying to think, because we need this to return something. But what? We can declare effects and then apply them directly to the attacker and defender, but we're not aware of the attacker and defender in this function. We're not aware of the potential damage and the potential crit. We would be aware of that if we didn't do this in a function, if we just did this all right here. But that's messy. But maybe that's what we do. And we don't call a function here. We say attacker dot get or crit effect. Maybe I should make that get critical effect. Yes. Okay. Match enums dot crit dot double damage. Potential damage plus equals 1. We do add the +1 twice. Could not parse global from res handler combat handler. What? Why is that a problem? Expended indent after. Oh, okay. Alright, so we're stomping on people because our attack is 10. Let's set it to 2. We should be hitting. Okay, we should be periodically hitting for a fair amount of damage. I like seeing these rolls. I wish there was a way to represent that in the game, like through the UI. Alright, let's just fight our way through bugs. till we run out of hit points. All right. Okay, we've implemented a basic this. We've got a huge honkin' match that we need to crit effects be worried about, but other than that, combat system implemented. Complex combat, sure. Review code, fix names. So I would like to, I'm just going to do this for 15 minutes and then I'm going to take a break and then I'm going to keep going. What else did I have written down here? Flesh out the level generation more? We're not doing that. Zooming in? We can do that. Mob loot drop? Let's implement, I wrote down copper, silver, and gold on the inventory handler. We're going to make that gold, iron, and uranium, because I think that's more interesting. We will add money. I don't have an icon for money, so we're gonna have to reuse something. One other thing I might do before that, or maybe after that, I do have a green bug image that I want to add. It's a 16 by 16 sprite. It's one of these. Green robot plus enemy. It might be this one. Nope, it's not this one. Let me just check what I have downloaded. Greenfly sprite sheet. Is it any of these? Oh, it's probably this one, 16 by 16 flies. Yeah, it's this one. It's the Greenfly. Gonna take that. It has 3 modes, frames, whatever. We're gonna try and animate this Greenfly. It's a Greenfly. It's been a Greenfly ever since I added strings to identify green bug. It's a bug. We're going to add that in. Add in. Maybe we can do that right now. So to add a thing to my Godot, I just drag it in like so. There it is. Renamed copper to iron and silver to uranium. Added green fly sprite. Commit changes. The reason I didn't write this down on my plan is because I don't actually know how to do that in the code. I know how to do that here. We just drag in, magically sort out animation frames, and then it works. Are we still using this mob as our mob? I thought I abstracted this out. Don't I have a green bug? Oh, I do have a green bug. Okay. Not insane. We got a sprite texture. We're gonna load arts.greenfly sprite sheet. We don't need to modulate it. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, it looks wrong because it's loading the whole sprite. Godot loading a sprite sheet in code. We need an animated sprite. This is an animated sprite. It is 100% fair. Oh no. This can't be just a node 2D. Animated sprites and sprites aren't the same thing? No! I hope that doesn't ruin everything. So animated sprite takes in what does it take in? How do I declare it? Google. How to set an animated sprite 2D sprite sheet with code. You can create a sprite frames and assign it to the animated sprite 2D. Then use an atlas texture to preload a PNG and cut out sections. That sounds like a huge pain in the ass. So we create a sprite frames. Okay, so this is an object that contains the animated 2D. Does the animated sprite 2D just not function? I can't just use that. What does the AI say? Like, we have this cool function, animated sprite 2D, and we have sprite frames. Can we use them to do the magic? Preload frames, sprite frames dot new, frame width, frame height, h frame, blah, blah, blah. I could use sprite 2D and an atlas texture. Load the entire sprite sheet texture. What do the docs say about animated? I'm looking at the docs. That's right. The docs don't say how to initialize this thing. Oh, wow. I didn't realize this was the end boss of getting any of this working. Okay, so we create a new texture. Atlas is equal to the sprite sheet. Then we define the region from the desired frame. That we can do, and then we assign the texture. And then we can manually manage which frame is displayed. All right, that might be what we end up doing, because I don't know how fast the animation will be if it's disconnected from like a main node, but let's try using an animated sprite 2D. Sprite frame. So we got a sprite sheet. And then we got a sprite frame. Oh god, we're gonna need... This thing is gonna be so huge. This init function. Alright, so we got a sprite frame. Okay, we're gonna take this. Put that there. We're gonna go ahead and comment out this code. Okay. Copying code from the AI. Frame width and frame height. Sixteen. There are 3 frames. Damn it. Okay, we've declared a bunch of things and we're not using them. Frames add animation default. For V in range, okay. We're still using an atlas region? Atlas texture, okay. But set that up using this code and hopefully it works. So we get the V frames here for V in range V frames. All right. We're going to get to go through this whole magic again with every creature we add. So I think we're going to have to really understand what's going on here. This part makes sense. This part actually makes sense too. Because I know I'm aware of sprite frames. We have to set we have to tell it how big a frame is, and we have to tell it, I thought I changed this. There were 3 frames. I don't know what this is. But I think it has something to do with setting a animation activity. Like walking versus standing still versus running. Assign the newly created sprite frames resource to this node. Okay. Self.sprite frames. Oh no, this is not a self. Where's my animated sprite? There it is. We're gonna go ahead and make that exist. Sprite frames. What was I doing? Equals frames. That thing we just set up. And then the animation is default. Sprite.animation equals default. Sprite.play. Okay, that should do it. Okay. I did want to do a thing where I add the second frame back again as a 4th frame to make this loop. So I should be able to add a frame. I should be able to take this code, call it one more time. But manually declare. So h is the height times the frame width. I think we want this to be 2. This is going to be 1. And then this is 16 and this is 16. So that should add the second column again, which the second column is, can I, it's not easy to tell, but the second column is where the wings are half down. Uh-oh. Well, that's not right. Maybe this is actually 0 and this is 1. Maybe these are 0 indexed. Off by 1. Yeah. Okay. Now our fly is animated. Sick. No more will we fight ourselves. Let's call this a green fly. And let's not call it green. Let's call it a large fly. We can call it the Martian large fly. We can't fight that many of them with our current stats. We need to give ourselves weapons. What was I doing? No, that was it. I added the green bug image. We did it. Move that up. Oh, wait. It was actually in the spot. I need to move this. So I'm just going to review the code for the rest of a while. We got a lot done. We got a lot done in 3 hours. We got the fonts, we got graphic bars, we got web management. I'm going to need to add in more UI elements because this is going to be... I'm more comfortable with it with this font, but I'm still going to add UI. We're going to add UI here, here. I'm going to put an element here. It would be nice if this was also a UI. I can definitely, do I have it? I can definitely do something to turn this into an inventory. I'm also going to add UI elements for activating and deactivating items, because right now we don't have that. Flashlight activated. Flashlight deactivated. It would also be nice if this showed the icon of the item as well as the text. Not that we have an icon. Our icon is a yellow man. Okay, that's how many mobs we can fight. Oh, I was going to add gold and iron and mob loot drops. And make items and mobs that you can't see be invisible. What if we do that right now? Visibility handler. When we redraw the visibility, after we've done all of that work, we can get the grid. Okay, let's, for each item in items, and items is not correct. We have the level though. No, we don't. Wow, we're actually passing the vision range in? We should have just passed the player in. Live and let learn. This visibility handler is a little crusty. Okay, so do we have the level? Is there a level attached to this? Level. What the heck is this? I don't know, but we're gonna roll with it. If item dot position grid mapper dot pixel to grid no, we need to get that first. Var pose equals grid mapper that. If grid pose x pose y equals enums dot visible viz dot visible item dot visible equals true. If scene. No, actually we should just say else. Item dot visible equals false. And then we repeat this for mobs. For mob and level dot mobs. Haha, we can't see things that we can't see anymore. Now we're gaming. Turn on the flashlight. Hey, look at that. Whoa, just feels more like a game now. Okay. Sick. Can't see mobs. Added green bug. Sprite. Can't see things that you can't see anymore. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and move that up there. What else besides adding gold, iron, and uranium? I don't want to do that because I don't have sprites for them. That's the only reason. That's not a big reason because we have temporary sprites. We could use this Mars ground. Oh! I know what I want to do. When we created that terrain, where's the level scene? We created terrains. There was a way to set the probability of the floors, I'm certain. Here we go. Go ahead and zoom in. Let's make this bigger. We set the terrains here. Yeah, this is terrain set 0, terrain 1. Where was the probability? That was definitely a thing. There it is. What is that? What am I messing with? Before I do this. Godot terrain probability. Controls whether a tile is chosen when multiple objects fit a specific spot in an auto tile. Using a weighted system where higher values... Okay, so this isn't like the probabilities add up to 1. This is where the higher the number, the likelier it gets selected. So if I pick the one that's blank and I set that to 10, did I not save it? I didn't save it. Okay, and then we turn on, nope, we equip the flashlight, and then we turn on the flashlight. Okay. A lot less terrain. Bumps. Why, hello there. Okay. That works. Adjusted probability of the ground. Oh, I just had a thought of a thing to do, but I've forgotten it already. What was it? Oh, it was something to do with... Oh, I think it was make mobs only chase you if they're within their vision range. So we've got this default take turn. We do... Do mobs have a vision range? I think they do, because that's specified in entity. It isn't. We're going to change that. Entities have vision. They have terrible vision by default. Init. Let's make this 5. Why am I getting a warning here? Variable atlas is declared below in the parent block. Okay, go back to entity. We take our do move function. We don't move unless we can see the player. Sorry, that's a mob thing, isn't it? Yeah, we don't move unless we can see the player. Did I have a function for calculating the distance? No, I have get direction, but I don't have get distance. If I'm 5 or less, if my vision range is 5, I want to chase the player if they're within 5 tiles of me. No. We have the A-star grid. The A-star grid, we can just take the size of that. If it's too big, then we don't chase. Where's my mob? And path dot size is less than vision. Self dot vision. Well, I don't need the self. It might need to be vision +1 because let me actually debug this. Path. How far is the mob? It is 4, 5, 6. No, he's a lot closer than that. That's 3 away. Oh no, it was 3 away before. Okay, so I need to add 2 because it's including the space. When the mob is here, 1, 2, 3. But I don't want to include the mob in that calculation. What? 4? Oh, because diagonals. That's a problem. Because vision doesn't respect diagonals. We might need a calculate distance function. In our direction mapper, let's declare a static function. Get distance. Starting point. Ending point. This is going to give an int. So in the real world, if you move at a diagonal, you are, I shouldn't say in the real world, in a 3D environment, typically moving diagonally is, okay, what am I trying to say? The way that you handle movement in the 3D world, if you move in a direction, I want to go north. You set your speed, your north velocity to your speed, you go north, your speed. If you say I want to go left, you set your left speed to your velocity, your left velocity to your speed, you go left at your speed. If you want to go diagonally, you set your north velocity to your speed, you set your west velocity to your speed. If you do both of those, your final speed is going to be multiplied much higher than your base speed. It's going to be 1.4 something times your base speed. So what you typically have to do is you typically have to normalize that value to get it back down to your speed. Much easier to show that if I draw it out. I'm not going to draw it out. What I'm trying to say is we're not doing that. In this world, squares are circles. So that makes the math a lot easier because all we have to do is check the left, check the north, or I shouldn't say left, check x-axis, checks y-axis, distance. Whichever's bigger is the distance. So because diagonal movement, we can always, that's our fastest movement. We can always rely on that. All that to say, if var x equals starting point minus x minus ending point minus x, var y equals starting point y minus ending point y, and we want to take the absolute value of this because we're not gonna care what the sign is on this. Return whichever is greater. Wait, what do you mean identifier x, not? Oh, sorry. Max. Okay. Get distance will now give us the distance from the monster to the player. Let's go to our visibility. Nope, let's go to our mob. Dir mapper dot get distance self, nope, mob loc, player loc. There we go. This should accurately give us 3. They're 3 away. 3, 3, 3, 2. 2, 2, 3. One, two. 1, 2. It's not calculating when I'm standing next to it. Okay, that's why I'm not getting a 1. Can I get this down to, can I get this to go back to 3? It's gone back to 3. That's not right. I think that's because of the way movement is being handled. Because I'm moving, and then the fly is calculating distance, and then the fly is moving. So the fly is actually here when that's being calculated. So the fly was actually here when that's being calculated. So 1, 2. Sure. All that to say is this probably works. We can just hope it works, and if it doesn't, oh well. That should make it so that the mob will only chase us if the mob can see us. Oh, inventory eye, activate. Oh, I should exit so that I spawn a new mob and then it won't chase me. Yeah, no mob. It's just gonna be idle. What we might have happen in that case is the mob moves randomly. I don't know. Oh, if I go over here just to make sure, yeah, the mob will chase me. Okay. What else? Because I don't want to review code right now. That's boring. Flesh out the level generation more? No. Mob loot drop. Consumables. That shouldn't be hard. We need to add a new thing for items to be the consumable. Add a new script. Okay, we take our script, we take what we've done for items, extends item, and then we need to give it a function, consume. I think I'm running out of spoon. Let me drink that. Let me see if I can keep going. So items have a thing. I don't think, because consumables are just going to be one-time use. So that's really it. We just have this one function, consume. Let's make a consumable. Oxygen tank. Let's look at how we implement the flashlight. Class name. Probably don't need a class name. No, we do, because we're going to instantiate this. Oxygen tank. Extends consumable. Func init. We have to set the inf string We gotta have a set sprite command. I don't know why we're having this be here. Why is there a set sprite command? Why isn't that just not part of init? Oh, what is calling this function? Oh. Okay. It is part of init. Why did I do that way? Why do I have a set sprite function? Why am I not just like, why don't I just declare a var sprite? And then it's the responsibility of me, future me, to set the sprite. I don't know. I just feel like it can just be part of init. Oh, is it because I can't add the child? I can't add the sprite as a child until I've set the sprite. It was a timing thing. Okay, that could be that seems like a possibility. O2 tank. So we do need to func set sprite. Take our flashlight and just copy that helpfully. Ba, 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 ba. But not this color. There we go. That's the color. We need the collision function. This should just be a default. I shouldn't have to do this every time. Let's refactor this. Format takes an array, env string. All right, and then we don't need to define a collision function unless we want to. Let's verify that still works. So we'll verify we didn't just brick the game. Okay, we can still get the flashlight. What about second flashlight? Okay. Oh, it's dark. All right, still works. So we don't need to define that function for our oxygen tank. Great, I don't want to, but we do need to define the consume function. Do we want the consume function to request the player gets passed in? Or do we want to just get parent? Okay, we can assume that if we're being consumed, we are in the inventory handler. So we can go from the inventory handler to the player. The inventory handler is in the player. So if we get parent, dot get parent. Dot Um, Sorry, I'm running out of brain. That's the player. Player oxygen. Plus equals 50, but we shouldn't just manipulate the player's oxygen directly. We should have a getter and a setter handle that, right? Consume oxygen, add oxygen. Oxygen plus equals amount. If amount is greater, or if oxygen is greater than max oxygen, oxygen equals max oxygen. Okay. Let's add 100 oxygen. And then we need this to die. And I don't want to just call like, function stop existing this. Remove self from inventory. Get parent. That's the inventory handler. Remove child self. Trying to think, because if we remove the child, if we remove ourselves as a child, then we'll still exist in this array. We need a function here, like remove item from game. Delete item. From belt. Items. No, what is it called? Belt. Item slots. Dot erase item. Remove child item. Queue free item. Item.queueFree, sorry. So we go to here, we just call get parent dot remove item from belt self. And then in the flashlight, nope, in the consumable, we call remove self from inventory. Done. we have to implement get inventory string. Oh, that's fair. Func get inventory string. Return env string. Why didn't I make this not abstract? Why do I have to have that? I can override it if you want, but let that be the default. Let that be the sensible default, please. And then we don't need this. We're good. We're all good. Everything's good. Now we just need to make the mob drops one of these when they die. Mob on death. Func die. Func on death. Pass. What's wrong with this? Oh. Okay, on death. Green bug on death. Go to my level gen and see how I'm generating items. Var item exit new. Oxygen tank dot new. Items not append item. Do I have an add item function? I do. Add child item. Get parent. Do I need to do that? Will the promise handle child? Childing? It does not. So I do need to child it. That's lazy. We're not registering an exit. What is this? Func standalone lambdas cannot be accessed. Is this not a function? Oh, this is I'm doing this in the init function. How about no? We don't. No, I need to get my position. Oh, I need to step away. I will be back. All right. I'm back. Everything is good. My brain is a little fresher now. I don't know how helpful that will be. Let's finish this up. We're going to do an on death here. We're trying to get the position of the green bug. When this guy dies, he should drop an item. We can't consume it yet. But we should be able to... Oh. Oh, shoot. Invalid access of index 56 on a base object of type array. Is it because the item isn't childed? Did we not child? No, we did add child. This mob belongs to the level. Does oxygen tank, when we call new on oxygen tank, do we need to do anything? I don't believe so. Index 56 on a base object of type array. Oh, is it because we are doing something wrong with how we're spawning the... Oh, it's because it's grid to pixel. It should be pixel to grid. Hold on, let me equip the flashlight. Well, I saw that. Can I just recycle the position of my Martian large fly? Item.init. Position equals post. Oh, I don't need to modify it because it's already a thing it'll modify itself. Okay, we don't need to do this. The position is in pixels. No modification required. There we go. We have... Why isn't it there? We have an inventory, but it's not there. It should still be there, even if we can't consume it. Unless I didn't give it a level string. No, it has a string. Oxygen tank. Item flashlight. Why isn't it there? Let's go to our... Let's first of all figure out, is this being picked up? Oh, item collision. We're not seeing this message. You got the oxygen tank. Where is it? That function is not being called. Oh no, it got called. You got the oxygen tank. It's there now. Just had to show it as who's boss. That's all. That was weird though, right? Like, why wasn't it showing up? Hold on. Okay, I think I know what's going on. I think I know. So if we walk over now, you got the oxygen tank. Yeah, That makes sense. But here's the thing. If we walk over it, we didn't pick it up. It's still there. It was just a promise. We didn't actually pick it up yet. We need to tell the level. I thought the level would fill its promise after resolving all the mobs, but I guess since the mob died, it doesn't get to resolve itself. It says so the player attacks, and then the mobs go, and then after the mobs go, the level resolves item promises. Wait, who calls this function? Who calls that function? But let me spell it correctly. It's called by only the entity? Oh. Maybe we can just do this in the on death of the green bug. Let's just do that right now. We can't do that. You have to call get parent, you idiot. Okay, that works. Now the problem is anytime I add an item, I have to resolve item promises. Lame. Oh well. Maybe I can have a func drop loot, and then drop loot is it does these. Entity drop loot. That works. Now we have an oxygen tank. It's hard to tell because the UI is hosed. Why does that keep... Oh, I'm just so unlucky. That's why that keeps happening. Okay, now we have 3 oxygen tanks. We can't use them because we don't have the function consume. That's what I was trying to get to. Inventory handler. No, that's actually not true. Inventory handler has a consume function, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. But we don't need to access the inventory handler at all. We just need to go to the item, consume it. We just call the consume function on the item, right? And then everything else is handled. Yeah, everything else is handled. Remove self from inventory. Oxygen handler takes care of the rest. So we go to the main function. When we're in the inventory mode, if we use a belt slot, go to the inventory handler. If the item is a consumable, dot consume. Done. That should be it. Okay, I would like to get 2 or more tanks, so we gotta just be lucky. Even though I'm pretty sure, didn't we jack up our attack? guess we're just not lucky. All right, so we got to let our oxygen run out a little. All right, I press 3 and the game crashes. Non-existent function, remove item from belt. Self. What? No, that function definitely exists. Oh, unless. Did I name it something different? Delete item from belt. Of course. Consumable. Go to the oxygen tank. It's not remove self from inventory, it's delete. Oh, wait, no, it is remove self from inventory. Entity, remove self from inventory. Where is remove self from inventory? Oh, it's not an entity, it's an item. Remove self from inventory, delete item from belt. All right, we gotta get 2 oxygen tanks. We did it. We got the oxygen tank. Now we need to consume one. Let our oxygen decrease. There's no message, but that did update our oxygen. Okay, that should be handled in the consume function. We are in the inventory. We need to go to the main. Let's do that here. Get parent dot get parent. Maybe this should. I just heard thunder, but it's not raining. We should just make a consumable function. Func consume message. Get parent, get parent. Consume update UI, I don't know. Collider.get items, nope, where's the consumers? So we want to print out the message consumed inv string. So we need to get to main. This gets us to main dot label handler dot set message consumed bump dot format env string and then get parent dot get parent dot get parent dot update UI. Okay. Instantly crash. Invalid access to property or key. It's probably not called a label handler. It's probably called a label handler. So smart. Maybe I should just test out. Consume the oxygen tank. Instantly refills our O2. Excellent. Consume UI update. I wish there was a way to say, like, in this abstract function, after hook this function in. Godot hooking functions into abstract functions. Can you do that? Can you do the thing I just described? You can use the abstract annotation to create an abstract class is the same as a normal class, except it can't be instantiated. Godot abstract class properties. Connect, disconnect, free, get class, get property list, notify, set, message, Godot, can you make a class call another, or a function call another function automatically? Called once when the node and all its children have entered the scene. Process called every frame. Physics process called every physics frame. Enter tree called when the node enters the scene tree. Signals, it's not, signal is close to what I want, but not quite. I want to do something where I don't have to set it up. It just automatically happens. Function calls within a function. No, I want, in lieu of their hook, they're called hooks. I want a hook. Hook. No, I don't think you can do it. I don't think you can do it. It's not, it's fine. It's fine. We can, this is fine. This is a fine process. Consume UI update. We just make sure that we call consume UI update. Is there, can I, if I call super, what does super give me? Godot super. Super gives me the function that I'm extending. So what if, where is the consumable? There it is. What if instead of this being an abstract function, what if this was a function like that? And then all we have to do is, it's easier to remember that for an oxygen tank, we don't type this, we type super consume. Do we still, does consuming still work correctly? Let's just lose a bunch of oxygen. Yeah, that works. It's easier to remember that I have to call super on a function than it is that I have to call a specific function that whose name is going to be ridiculous. All right. We've implemented consumables. Yeah. It was easier than I thought. Yeah. That's great because that will give us more time or more content to jam out tomorrow. How much longer do I want to go? I think we can do one code review. We can do that. Let's start at the mob scene. Are we still using this? I'm not convinced we're still using this. Oh, I need to added consumable oxygen tank for now. Green bug drops an oxygen tank on death. Placeholder behavior. I don't think it makes sense that a green bug would drop that. I think we want to have it drop like, it's not even a green bug, green fly. We want it to have like a fly organ, and then it drops, I don't know. We can massage the flavor of that to make more sense. We don't want it to drop oxygen tanks. Were we using? Oh, did I not? Oh, great. Here's a commit. It's empty. Brilliant. Can we try that again, but this time added consumable oxygen tank for now. Green fly drops an oxygen death placeholder. Oops, forgot to commit changes. All right. Here we go. Still works. All right, let's keep going. Wait, why is it back? I just deleted that. Don't mind me. I'm just going to delete it from the file system. Let's see what happens. Where is it? Mob.scene file. Goodbye. Deleted. All right. All right, let's look at the main. We got a player. Okay, so if we just look at the top level stuff, we got a movement handler, label handler, combat handler, and a UI element. I do think this needs to go in the label handler. That just makes more sense. And we need to take all of the main hit point logic, oxygen logic, all of that needs to go elsewhere. We can take this function, we can leave this function here, and then just have it call the label handler, and that's not a problem. I'm not going to do that yet, but I am going to make a note. Review notes. Move HP energy O2 bars into label handler. Maybe refactor the function, the UI update function. Maybe not. And I should specify this is in main. Register exit is silly that we need that, but It's fine. On level end. Oh, this is our code to generate a new level. We're gonna have this be. This might need to be like, because we don't want to just generate the same level over and over. We're gonna want to pass a level strategy. And I think level generation does have to happen in main, because the level is being held in main here at the top somewhere. Yeah, right here. I should not call this mode. I should call this like input mode. Mode? Can we call this input mode? The mode. Because mode is harder to search. Let me just grab this because I'm going to be doing this a lot. Bump, 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 bump. It's too bad I can't refactor this. There's not like a right click. Rename. That would be where getting a better IDE would come in handy. All right, that should do. Let's make sure we didn't bork the game. Looks okay. Still is a game. Can we make this screen bigger? How does it look? For some reason, I feel like this is still too small. Whatever. On level end, we probably want to make this into a strategy. And then we will spend at some point defining level 1 strategy, level 2 strategy, level 3 strategy, level 4 strategy, level 5 strategy, level 6 strategy, level 7 strategy, you know, on and on and so forth. The strategies may not be that complicated. It might be just a simple case of like, have an exit, be the certain size. Here are 20 items, pick 8 of them and throw them in the level somewhere. Here are monster spawners. That could be it. It'd take like 30 minutes to make. But we need to do that versus this. That function is whatever. This whole thing is a mess. I would love to have mouse inputs being handled. Hovering over something with the mouse pops up a tooltip. So like you hover over a bat, a fly, I mean, and it'll say, that's a fly, you know? If I click on something, it should actually say what I'm clicking on. What else? This is a mess. I don't know if there's any cleaner way to handle this. You know, it'd be nice to add diagonal movement. That's a rogue thing through and through. It would be that both Reaping the Dungeon and Dungeon Rogue have that. I'm gonna add that here. Diagonal movement. Ready is preloading the level, so that we also want to replace with a strategy instead of just hard coding the level. I think the hard coding is actually not done here. It's done back here. Generate level. Is main just calling generate? Is the on level exit main just calling generate level? Why don't I see that? We may need to refactor this because I think, yeah, there it is. Generate level is getting called during a init. That makes sense, but there's no space for us to pass in the level strategy. Let me just add a note. Implement level strategies. All right, that's the main script, I think. Other than this giant input thing, I'm not like mega sad. Where's screen size? Why are we using that? Never. We're never using that. That is just a thing. Can we comment it out and see what happens? Seems fine. We have 1 hit point. All right. Where the fuck did this come from? Stop spawning those. I feel like we're really unlucky with these flies. Our attack is like 5, isn't it? Oh, our attack is 2. Oh. I thought I made this 5. Damn, we did 8 damage there? That's really lucky. That's 3 crits and 2 hits, or 4 crits. And none of them got canceled. All right, I've collected a lot of oxygen tanks. Ooh, I want to try filling up my inventory. What? Wait. What? Oh, I found a bug. So there are no oxygen tanks in my inventory. I'm trying to consume them. They're all gone. But we never updated the inventory when we consumed. Let's update the inventory as we consume. We have the function update inbox. We just need to call it. Let's go to our inventory handler and then delete item from belt. There it is. Let's go get a lot of oxygen. And let's get some flashlights too. All right, I'm not gonna put on a flashlight yet. I bet there's a bug, it just occurs to me there might be a bug where if you try and pick something up when your inventory's full, it'll drop it and then it'll post a message like you got the oxygen tank, but then you immediately drop it. First of all, let's try equipping the flashlight. And then let's try consuming the oxygen tank. Yep, okay, now this is updating properly. All right, we've consumed all oxygen simultaneously. Equip the second flashlight. All right, not bad. Now we're dead. All right, let's set our attack to 600. No, not that. That might actually break the game. Let's try setting it to 40. We want to one-shot every fly for their sweet, sweet oxygen tank. Yeah, okay. We're picking it up and then immediately dropping it. Easy fix. We just need to think about it. Let's think about it. First of all, if we do that, okay, why did we consume oxygen when I just put the flashlight on? That shouldn't have happened. I think where's the main? Okay, so I'm in inventory mode and I'm pressing P. I'm pressing 1. Use belt slot 0. So we go to use belt slot 0. Okay. Else if. So we can't fall through. Yeah. Else if. Fixed. Back to drop item. Okay, add to belt. Check parent item. If the item slot size is the number, then we drop the item from the belt. What's the function? We're doing collider. Entity, no, item.collider. Collision. If the collider is the player, then we call this function, but we need to not do that if the inventory is full. We should just skip this if collider and collider dot inventory handler dot, we need a function, is inventory full. This handler is getting big. It's only 125 lines. It could be thousands of lines before it's get big. Is belt full. Bool. If item slots dot size is greater than or equal to num item slots, return true. Else return false. What? Oh. Oh. What? Could not parse global class weapon. Wow. All that because I haven't finished this function. Is belt full. Sick. Should not have that problem anymore. I would like the flashlight and I would like to activate it. Aha! Our inventory is full and we're not getting jorked. Now we're full of oxygen tanks and we can pick this one up. And then we can not pick the flashlight up because our inventory is full. And then if we remove the flashlight from our tools, we don't have a button to do that. But if we did it, it would go to the belt and then we would drop it. And it's okay if that's how things happen. Let's let our O2 just drop. Just soak that in. Now we're gaming. Alas, we can finally play the game. The way it was meant to be played. Oh, we died. Okay. Cool. Picking up items aren't with a full belt anymore. That might be a problem if we're like, our inventory is full and we want to pick up a tool. We can't just pick it up and put it directly into our tool slot. Maybe we can create a tool collider that checks for that. If we don't like that behavior. Hello? Hello, Remarth25. Welcome to the stream. Back to reviewing the code. There are some variables we never use. That's not true. We use them. We do? No, we don't. And I've moved past needing them. Also, this... Do I never use this signal? Oh, I never use this signal. Okay. Yeah, let's get rid of that. This movement handler is really, really small. I'm not complaining. What are they looking at? All right. That's the main. We've looked at main. There's the level. Let's look at the level script. Extend tile map layer, because I don't know how to draw the world. I guess we can, instead of doing a tile map layer, we can make our own grid and we can give it a bunch of sprite 2Ds and then manage that ourselves. That wouldn't have been bad. Now that I know that, I could have probably skipped using a tile map layer. But by using a tile map layer, we do have the opportunity to still set up lighting and I mean this is decent. Being able to use the UI to set all this up was pretty decent. So using a tile map layer, worth it. I do want to, at some point, as a stretch, set up. Where is it? Where's optics? Where's lighting? I don't know. Rendering? It's probably rendering. Occlusion enabled. Anyway, we know the size of the level. We have a viz handler, which is a separate grid. We have list all items and all mobs on the level. Could this have been a dictionary? Could this have been a dictionary? That's what I meant to say. Yeah. In hindsight, that may have been smarter because I can... it's slower to iterate through a is it slower to iterate through a dictionary? Because I think worst case scenario, a dictionary can be how slow is getting all of the elements out of a dictionary? Godot dictionary. Holds key value pairs. Like, how is it tracking key value pairs? Does it have an array? Is that how it's doing it? Get keys. Is there a function that returns all the? Yeah, there is. Keys returns. It returns an array. So I'm assuming it's internally an array. So worst case scenario, this could have just been an array, or I mean a dictionary, and it would have been. We just access it like an array, and we're fine. But we could index it. The key can be indexed on vector 2i's, and then if we do that, we get the free functionality to say, I want the mob at 3.3. Is there a mob at 3.3? Worst case scenario is a lot faster than having to iterate through the array and going, mob, are you at 3.3? Mob, are you at 3.3? Mob, are you at 3.3? Like, this could have been a dictionary. It might still be possible to refactor this to be a dictionary. I don't know what that gets us. That was not the button I meant to press. How do I reattach this? If I close this, what happens? Oh, okay, that's how you reattach it. No, I wanted to click this button. Okay, that's all I get. Fine. Let's look at items and mobs. So I think there's a lot of elements outside of the level that are accessing items, and that's bad, and we don't want that. Items. Like the visibility handler is touching that. Oh, and just the entity, and that's it. Actually, it'd be pretty easy to refactor the items. What about the mobs? Where's my review notes? Level dot tscn. It's a tscn, but we're looking at the script file. Refactor items and mobs to be dicks, and also set some getters and setters for them, eh? Nothing should be directly accessing these. They're too important. We should just instead have like remove, add mob, remove mob. I mean, we already have that actually down here. Add item, remove item. We should have that for mob. Oh, we do. We have remove mob. We just need add mob, and then we're already there. I was looking at mobs. Okay, the visibility handler. We can. The movement handler also. And then the entity. Yeah, instead of having to do for mob and level.mobs, we can say get mob at location. You pass in a vector 2i. The level will give you the mob at that level. If there's more than one mob at that level, then the game exploded, because that shouldn't be possible. One mob per square. That's how it should be. It shouldn't be too bad to refactor that right now. The game is not complex enough to do that. So I'm not going to do that right now, but I am going to put it in my review notes. Go back to the level. Got an A-star grid. I think we're using this. I think this is the Godot way to do what we're trying to do. We're not like trying to shove a square peg into a round hole. We got the spawn point. I don't like this. It's fine as is. I feel like what I wanted to do was have an item called spawn point, and then have the level strategy tell the level, put a spawn point item somewhere in the level, and then on init, go loop through the items, find the spawn point, and that's how you set the spawn point, rather than through this. Because I don't know how else that feels like the most natural way to set a spawn point to me, is to create an item, and then there will be an actual physical presence in the world for where the player spawns, like the upstairs or the downstairs, when we finally have art for upstairs or downstairs. Not gonna mess with this now, but I'm gonna make a note. Think about spawn point. Okay, so we set the size here. That's gross, but whatever. We have to do that because the level generation code is here. The viz handler handles the visibility. We're just initializing this. Was there a reason we called init instead of just having an init function? It probably has something to do with parenting. Or is this something that I just didn't know, that I could just have an init function? I don't know why I did that. Because I could just eliminate this line. Put TML level size. Oh, let's try it. Comment that out, and then we go to the visibility handler and we just put a tilde there. Boom. Did I not know better? I mean, the game still works, so I'm a little confused. Did I just not know? Save one line. I hate having to remember that I need to call a function. I would prefer if I just get that for free, and then I don't have to remember. Okay, we have a tank full of oxygen tanks. We've consumed all oxygen. We are now ultra oxygenated. Great. Okay, we saved one line. Oh, I didn't actually delete the line. I just commented it out. Great. Delete, comment. Yeah, this is fine. It might be nice to move this into a function. I don't see anything here that needs any value. So I could just say like initialize a star grid. And then we take this func. Did I say initialize? No, I did. It's an it. Fair solid tiles. for tile and tml.getUseCells if it's a solid terrain. I think we can take all of this. No, because we're actually calling TML. And we have not set TM. Where is TML? We're getting handed a tile map layer? But we are the tile map layer. What? Hold on. What did I what functions did I just Very solid tiles. TML dot get. Okay, where do I go from TML to the level? Where is this coming from? Okay, let's go back to main. We're calling init on level. We're passing in itself. Okay, so we're being really dumb. Okay, hold on. Level.init next level. Oh, but we've already set that to itself. Brilliant. Did we need this? Did we need this at all? Could we have just passed in the size? Because level, we could, instead of all these TMLs, we could just say self. Generate level self. Visibility handler new self. Let's do that. No, I meant TML. I don't even need to say self here. Well, I need to say self here. I don't need to say for tile and, well, I guess it's better for readability purposes, but it's mostly unnecessary for me to type self. I could just say get use cells or get cell tile data. Okay. Does everything still work? We have a level. We exist in the level. So yeah. Okay, great. So we can just get rid of this. We don't need it. Generate level self. We don't need to pass self. We know where we can simplify this in it. Let's do that right now. Then we'll worry about everything else later. Okay. There was probably a reason I was doing that. I should go check the tape because everything, this entire project has been streamed, and I should just go see what my logic was when I did that. Level. Let's where are we calling level? What functions? Visibility handler. But we're not calling level init here, right? That only happens in main. Get parent.level. The heck is this? Oh no, I get it. I get it, but why am I calling? I have this variable here, and then I don't use it, and then I could just call level. Why am I doing get parent.level? Probably copy pasted. That's why. I should hurry up. I'm running out of attention span. Main, was that it? It was just that. Those were the two. Those are the only times we call a level. Removed a refactor level in it. Takes in a level size. Is there a reason that we are doing it like this instead of just like on a init? When you create a level, well, oh, I see, because we are instantiating the level. We are not calling new on the level. And the reason we're doing that is because it gets us the terrains. That's the reason. We get terrains for free if we do it that way. Totally fine. We're setting the z-index because we're lazy. Whatever. That's fine. With that in mind, we can just move the rest of this into init A star grid. Space things out because it makes things a little easier to read. There we go. Everything should still work as simple. We have a simple init now. The A-star map still works. Mobs can still pathfind us. Let me put on the flashlight so that I can actually see the pathfinding happening. The flashlight because we don't have the power because I gave myself a tiny battery. Okay. Fine. Still works. We got this use tile data runtime update. This is something Godot needs. I don't really understand. We're not using these chords, but if I get rid of this, I'm pretty sure everything breaks. So I think what we're supposed to do is look at, no, we're not doing anything. Ignore the warning. Can I suppress the warning? Is there a way to suppress warnings? Godot suppress warning. Ignore. Hey, there we go. Not my problem. Tile data runtime update. Actually, who cares about warnings? Just keep the warning there so I can review it. Tile data runtime update. No, we don't need this line anymore. If the vis handler is null, don't do anything. If the vis handler grid coordinates, set that. I feel like instead of modulate, we should be setting visible to true and false. But that actually might be better. No, don't mess with it. No, it actually might matter for the purposes of implementing the mouse. Tile data dot visible equals false. And actually, we shouldn't actually have to set this. Okay, we broke something. Something is seriously broken. Let's try again. Invalid assignment of property or key visible with type bool on a base. Okay, I see. Tile data doesn't have that property. That's why we didn't do that. Okay. Message received. What does tile data have? It doesn't have a is visible. Guess not. Inherits object. It's fine. Generate level. We need to make this use a level strategy. That is already fine. We're using items.append here, but can we test out, what if we add item instead? And that doesn't, we have to add child before we add the item. Annoying. If people ask what you're using for version control, you should say you go back in the VODs. Kind of. It's kind of true. Wait a minute. I saw that. All right. Right, because I'm doing the vision mapper. No, I'm generating level, then I'm doing the visibility handler. What? Does the visibility handler not hide things on a init? I guess not. Because we set that up here. Instead of setting the 4 tile chord, why don't we just set redraw visibility? That's going to be a problem in the future when we're generating a level via strategy. I don't want to have to add items by appending them. I want to be able to use the add item. And it would be nice if the visibility handler is helpful to that effect. So set everything to unseen. Does the player exist when this level is first? It should exist, because that gets created with the main. So there should be a player. And furthermore, we're calling generate level before we call the viz handler. And that comes with a spawn point. So we should have the player's location by the time we're calling this function. So actually, yeah, we should be able to just call redraw visibility. TML.player loc. No, spawn point. I don't know. We'll just leave that at 1 for now. No, we shouldn't do that. We should be nicer. TML, nicer to our future self. Dot get. How does the level know where the player is? We don't have the player, so we have to go to main. get parent. That gets us to main dot player dot position. But we need a grid mapper. Pixel to grid. And then I can just tml.getParent.player.vision. This should redraw visibility whenever. Does this doesn't set things to unseen. Never. It never does that. So we need this line as an initializer. But now at this point, we should be able to create the level using the add item instead of items not a pet. Add item. Should be able to do that, and it won't. Why? Come on now. Why is that happening? Redraw visibility should be going through everything. And it should be setting this item visible to false. Oh shoot, I can't see anything. Hold on, when I press play, two things get hidden, but the flashlight doesn't. I have an idea. I have an idea of why that is. So when we generate the level, this add item is actually just a promise. It's not actually been added yet. And it doesn't get added until the movement handler resolves item promises. So what if we just, like at the end of level generation, call add generate resolve item promises. I don't think there's any harm in that. There we go. The item exists. Well, why did that happen? That's probably because when we generated the level, that's where our position was. So we don't want that. Our vision handler is not, it should not be taking our old player position into account. But okay, so hold on. So I get why this is being revealed. But why is this being revealed? We're calling the visibility handler twice. Print debug calling viz handler at dot format player loc. We're at 4.2. We're doing it twice. 3.2, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 3.4, 5.4, 6.4. Okay, and we're going to call it twice at 12.4 twice. At 7.7, then at 12.4 twice. So we shouldn't call it at 7.7, actually. Or if we do call it at 7.7, that should be on the old level, not the new level. I wish I could see what was calling this. Well, I can, if I set a breakpoint here. Ooh, that's going to be painful, because we're going to have to hit continue on every... movement. Okay, we're at the function redraw visibility. If we look at the game, we're still on this level. We have not shifted to the next level yet. When I was a youth, I always imagined coding as just typing commands in a dark room with techno playing in the background. As an amateur coder is now figuring out what I just broke. Sums it up. I'm locked in. Yeah, I haven't looked at chat. I'm sorry. I need to fix this. Okay, we're calling redraw visibility from init. So we've just created the new level. But we haven't yet replaced it. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is the visibility handler. So we've made a new visibility handler. Okay, so this is a new level. On level end, we're making a new level. We have not replaced the old level yet. No, that's not true. We have deleted the old level. Okay, so where are we setting the player position? Player position is 7-7 at this point. But if we go here, that's not the player position. The player position should be, when we generate the level, doesn't the player position get updated? Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't. We need to move the player when we generate this level. Or oh, we do that here. Okay, so we need to do that before the level gets initted. That's fine. Let's try that. Let's try that out. Okay, and I'm going to have a breakpoint that I need to get rid of so that I don't have to do this every step. Where am I now? Why am I outside the level? Okay. This is quite a pickle. So we're calling the visibility handler before we... What if instead of redrawing visibility on a init, what if we don't do that? But we do that. Oh, we do it. We do it right here. But then, why are the items that we've placed on a init not being hidden? Oh, it did get hidden. Okay, hold on. Okay. I'm confused. Did I revert that? Add item. We're doing add item. Okay. But okay. It was actually, there's no bug. The bug is gone. I don't know what happened. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't question. I need to stop autopiloting. I was going back to, okay, so we can just call add item now. We just have to remember to call resolve item promises at the end of generate level. We're good. I want to add a function remove item. Oh, it already exists. I want to add a function add mob. Func add mob, mob entity, mobs dot append mob. Okay. So we should be able to just call add mob here. That might not work because maybe the A-star grid isn't set up yet when we're calling this function. But let's try it. Cannot call method set point solid on a null value. It's fine. No, it's not fine. I want to do it. It's going to matter in the future. Add mob, and then all we'll do instead then is if A star grid done. Then we can add mobs using the add mob function instead of having the it would be nice if we could add child as well, if we could throw that into the bucket. Okay. Do I still have this debug in the visibility handler? I do. Let's get rid of that. We don't need it. Add mob function. Okay. We'll probably want to have more complicated level gen features as well, but for now, it's fine. We'll brainstorm. We'll write as we go. We initiate the A-star grid. I think this is fine. What's going on here is fine. Redraw visibility is just calling the viz handler. Sure. Add mob, I just wrote that. Remove mob, yeah. Add item, remove item. Resolve item promises. I mean, this solves the problem well enough. I think the way that we're using it is fine because we are managing a weird array. Let's look at the inventory handler. This is a mess. It feels like a mess, but it's actually, could be worse. We got an equip weapon, check parent. It's weird that I have check parent here, but I don't have check parent anywhere else. Item.visible equals, oh, that's, okay. Yeah. If the weapon slot doesn't fit, unequip the weapon. Weapon slots not append. Wep. Else, weapon slots not append wep. Get parent label handler. Update weapon box. Sure. I really don't like seeing all these get parents, but I don't know how else to do this. by and large, this is fine. Func equip tool. It's just a clone of equip weapon. Could we have merged these into a single function and then passed in like an enum tool or enum weapon? Yeah, we could have done that. Would that have been cleaner? I don't know. Probably not. Unequip weapon. It might help a lot if I had doc strings. Although I feel like this is pretty like equip weapon. Equips a weapon. Puts a weapon into your weapon slot. Kicks the first weapon. Back to the belt or the floor ground. Puts a tool into a tool slot. If the tool slots are full, kicks the first tool back to the belt or the ground. Unequip weapon. Set active weapon, swap active weapon. We got to make a keybind that does this, but first we need to like implement a weapon to properly test. I need to write that down. Note: implement a weapon for. So I can at least test weapons. I can at least teast weapons. Okay. Set active weapon. Pretty simple. Unequip tool. Unequips a tool. If it's active, it handles deactivating it. Add to belt. Drop item from belt. This is fine, I guess. Make it visible, put it down. Item slots dot erase item. I don't hate it. We have to do all this parent and child crap. I don't know. That's how it is. Maybe it would have been easier to have like an item handler. Parent all items to the item handler instead of attaching it to a level. But that all of that work just so I don't have to parent and child items and stuff. Whatever. Move from belt. We don't have a function for swapping positions in the belt. What is this doing? Item slots that erase item. Move from belt. But it's not moving. What's calling this function? Maybe I should put make this private, because I don't know why I would call this function outside of use belt slot. Why am I not? Oh, it's because equipping it doesn't unequip it from the belt. Yeah, this should be a private function, I'm guessing. Let me just double check that. Move from belt. Yeah, nope. Let's call that like this. Zaps item from belt. I think I have two of these functions. I think because I have delete item from belt, but that like hopefully someone else is managing that item. But then there's delete item from belt, which makes the item not exist anymore. Different function. Drop item from belt. Drop belt slot. Function for dropping item from belt. So maybe this should be a private function. Yeah, that's only called internally. And it's called by this function, which, you know. Check parent. I don't like this function. Use belt slot. Okay. Uses the item at belt slot I. Tools get equipped. Weapons get equipped. Consumables get consumed. We don't have a weapon yet. Activate tool slot. Actually, why don't we have a weapon? We can just do that, like real easy. Var weapon equals item slots I. Move from belt. Weapon. Equip. Weapon. Weapon. All right, we did it. Smart. This should probably be an internal function, but let me check. Activate tool. Oh no. Oh no, this is fine. Flashlight is calling activate tool.self. Why are we doing that? Okay. All right. So we're the tool. We can't activate ourselves. We have to go to the inventory and tell it to activate us. Of course. Sure. Whatever. Could we have instead moved this into the item thing here? Like activate Or no, actually, we want that to be a tool thing. Because having all of the activation logic be part of tool rather than part of inventory handler makes this a little cleaner. Tool. All right, is there any reason not to do that? We have the variable here, so we can just call tool.activate tool. I think that's better. Yeah, let's take this entire function, put it in tool. We have to set a message. So this gets us to the inventory handler. This gets us to the player. So we need to do one more. Let me just var label handler equals tool slots. Oh shoot, we need to pass in get parent dot tool slots. All right, and then inventory handler, instead of calling activate tool, we just call tool.activate tool. All right, everything should still work. You know, saying that makes it true. All right, so we can still activate tools. And we can consume oxygen still. Just checking, make sure that still works. All right. Moved activate tool function to tools rather than the inventory handler. Okay. Delete item from belt. This is meant for like consumables. So they can die. Who's calling this function? Items are calling it. All right, so this can't be private. Was there any advantage? I think I wrote this today, so there's a reason I put this here. So I have to second guess my past self from a few hours. Why did I put this here? Item slots dot erase. It's fine. We can have a function that deletes items. I don't think that needs to be it's not the end of the world if that's not made private. Is built full. That's just a handy little function. All right, we're good. Minor commit. I'm out of spoons, so I'm gonna look at one more thing and then I'm done. We just wrote the combat handler. I'm not gonna look at that. Entity. Let me look at entity and then I'll look at item. This is a mess. I don't like this. We got this abstract functions. That's fine. Get sprite is the way it is for whatever reason. We just wrote all this code, so we're gonna skip it. Do move. We're being passed in the level. We're not allowed to move more than one space at a time. And if we do, the engine should yell at us. Is that a good restriction? Probably not. It's fine for now. Starting loc, target loc, okay, A star. If the level.a star grid is not solid at the target loc, that's where we're moving to. Okay, so if it is solid, then this should never happen. We should never be told to move into a solid. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. Okay, so if it is solid, if it is solid, if the target loc equals the player position, this should never happen. Glad I wrote this should never happen, but I should have given myself more context. In entity.gd. That is this function. If we are trying to move into the player's position. Else. Oh, okay, I see what I'm doing. Okay, so we try to move. Let me actually comment this. We try to move into a non-solid loc. It's solid. Maybe it's a mob we can hit. Because only player try to move into solid locations, and the player shouldn't be able to move into themselves. Winky face. Okay. Combat handler.attack. All right, yeah, no, that's fair. And then drop loot. Oh, yeah, I wrote this just as a helper function. Because dropping loot is, it's annoying to have to parent and child things all the time. Spawns loot and handles. Dropping it in the entity's location. Handles parenting the item to the level or something. I don't know. No, this is all right. Let's take a look at the item and then I'm stopping for tonight. It's very simple. Wow. Okay, I did a good. We got a sprite, we got an inventory string. Calling it inventory string is kind of confusing, but it's too late. Oh no, it isn't. Because I helpfully put it in a function. I can just rename this function to like like D string or something, whatever. Get inventory string. Awful naming of this aside, this is fine. I'm assuming this is the way it is so that parenting works. But that doesn't really make sense. If the item is being spawned, I'm just setting a position and then I'm parenting the sprite to myself. I don't know why that would be. Also, what did I change? What did I change? What is happening? Get that out of here. I did not change anything. No. No, discard. All right. This collision I'm not super confident in, but whatever. I would like to change this to is stepped on because that implies better what is happening. Collision. Func. Wow, we're not actually calling this function very much. On stepped on. We'll change it to stepper. Oh, it's not on stepped on. It should just be stepped on. Step on. This returns the string to use for outputting to inventory or message. It's just a player message. Called when an entity steps on this item. Helper function to remove items from the inventory. The belt specifically. Okay. Let's just make sure this still works before we check it in. Okay, we just stepped on a flashlight and it's still fine. All right, it still works. Refactored item.collision to item.step on. Maybe I should refactor. I'm just gonna stop. On stepped on and step on is just a alias for that. Actually, why don't I do that? That sounds fun. Func step on stepper entity. On step on stepper. Why not? Why shouldn't I do that? It'll make the code easier to read and it doesn't cost anything. It gets optimized out. Hopefully. Refactored item.collision into item.step on and item on step on. Bonk. All right. Well, we're done looking at code. That is. I actually got a lot on this list done. Swapped out the font. We got graphics. We're going to get more graphics. Weapon management is theoretically in. We can't test it because we don't have a weapon. Smart. Let's test it next time. We've added message strings for a lot of actions, so the game is a little less painful to play, but it's still a work in progress. We can try auto-loading a handler. We tried that. Nope. We're not doing that. It doesn't work because it doesn't instantiate any of the children. So if we make the main a global, we can't access the player from the global main. If we make the label handler a global, it can't access the UI because there's no access to it. Maybe there's a way to do it. I couldn't do it. We refactored the input mode. We got rid of the activate mode. We made the input mode shifting more satisfying. I don't know if we did that, but I wrote it down. I think what'll help here is if I add a little label that says like drop ? Whenever you open the drop menu, or inventory, accessing inventory, use ? Like something that prompts the user with what they're doing. We've added the combat that I talked about last time. We added the green bug. We made items and mobs that you can't see be invisible. That's actually big. Just the ground probability. Yeah. We added consumables. We did do that. We have level generation to flesh out. Zooming in. Mob loot. Actually, we did this. We did that. We got diagonal movement to implement. Level strategies. A weapon. A low oxygen warning doodad. Be nice to add sound effects too. I've actually run into quite a few neat public domain sound effects that I wouldn't mind having in the game. So why not? This weekend, we're going to be making tools, mobs, consumables. Maybe weapons. There's no reason we can't make weapons at this point, other than we haven't plugged them into the combat system. How are we going to do that? What we probably can do is when we call the players a get attack dice, we can probably have it so that when we're calling the players attack value, where is that set? We probably need to make a getter for this, get attack value. And then for most enemy entities, that's just this. But for the player, we go, what's the active weapon? We grab the active weapon. Then first we check, can we use the active weapon? Do we have enough power or whatever? Then we grab the active weapon's attack. Then we use the active weapon. Then for the player, we override this attack die function and we use the weapon's attack die function, which, if it doesn't have one, then we'll just default to this. That's fine. We can put all that logic in the weapon and then just have the player defer to the weapon they've got equipped. And then on use, do things like set the tile on fire, draw power from the player, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we do that. We can just... I wish I had written down the words I was just saying coming out of my mouth, because I've already forgotten half the words I was saying as I was saying them. Weapons should override the player's attack value. Nope. Should check if the active weapon is usable, i.e. it has power. Maybe we have ammo as well. Use the weapon's attack value instead. And then check if the active weapon has an attack die. Use super dot attack die if it doesn't. Oh, and then check if the active weapon has crits. Use super dot crits if it doesn't. And then I've written all this under the player's attack value. And then afterwards, do special functions like draw power, spawn fire, whatever. Okay, cool. I should be able to figure out what I've written here tomorrow. That is where I'm going to stop. Hopefully, we have a productive weekend where we make a lot of content for this. And then we'll have the rest of the week to actually implement it. Anyway, this is it for me. We are finishing up day 8. Is it day 8 or day 9? I don't know. We're finishing up today. 21 days left to go. We're going to get there. Thanks for watching. Hope this was illuminating. Hope this has encouraged you to make your own game. See you all next time. Bye.